Ntar guys. Halo, halo. Lah, merah. Ya, nggak jadi stream nih. Halo? Nge-lag ya guys? Aduh, pingnya nggak bersahabat, anjir. Ya. Halo, halo. Ntar guys, lagi merah OBS. Oke, sampai sini stream kita. Enggak. Udah aman belum? Udah aman belum? Udah aman belum? Di OBS-nya masih udah hijau sih. Udah aman tah? Lah, udah aman ya? Halo Riz, halo Amri, halo Yas. OBS-nya merah coy. Hari Senin loh, apa ada-ada aja dah. Bentar. Oke. Infong event maksudnya? Ntar, aku sebelum Archon quest ini dulu. Apa sih namanya? Oh iya, kan aku belum buka itu ya. Kayaknya belum pernah unduh ya. Nggak tahu, aku belum buka ya. Aku belum buka. Pakai tim yang cepet aja dah. Teng teng teng. Ayo pause sini kamu. Mana anjir? Mana kocak? Oh ini. Kok aku nggak sampai yang Power Ranger itu ya guys ya? Orang-orang sampai Power Rangers anjir. No 2. Ya 2 lagi. Wajarin dong sepuh AP. AP. Terlalu gede damage-nya. Oh, emang iya. Hostnya keinget Rizero. Aku nggak nonton, jadi aku nggak tahu Rizero siapa. Ah, satumu. Coba tadi 2 bisa naik 9. Tadi coba tadi 3 ya. Ah, nunggu minggu depan lagi. Aku mau reputasi dulu bentar ya. Biar dapat sayap anjir. Nah, ini apa ini? Kok ada Paimon ngomong? Ini apa ini? Ya, malah world quest anjir. Siang Bang, halo Ari. Kok world quest anjir? Share lah, enggak. Aku mau Archon quest. Aku mau Archon quest. Di kanan kayaknya oke live chatnya ya guys ya. Terlalu rame kayaknya dah. Nah, gini aja ya nggak sih? Nah, Archon udah kadaluarsa. Purina sundere nanti utuh bang. Di stream disensor tapi masih ada di komen. Ya nggak apa-apa, jadi nggak langsung ngeliat ini. Kalau yang mau lihat UID harus komen dulu ya, segitu maksudnya. Bacot Eki ku TO ya kamu sebelum kamu ngomong. Di stream disensor. Baik, ini apa ini? Aduh, lama banget. Pokoknya berbau-bau spoiler, siap-siap menghilang. Tiada ampun. Ini ya. Hydro rest decrease, oke, nice. Saya ingin spoilerku merentah-rentah. Oh, siap-siap, nggak bisa komen lagi di live chat. Atau aku jadiin member only aja dah. Tapi si ininya yang mau nge-spoiler member. Nenek. Emang belum baca di YouTube. Apanya? Archon quest enggak? Teng teng terera. Temanku habis 20 primo demi Purina C1 signatur dikasih donat hijau 2. Lah aku lebih malah hari cuma dapat C1 doang. Nggak dapat signatur. Itu masih untung temanmu itu. Masih wangi itu. Dapat donat hijau 2, terus dapat signatur 20.000 doang, wangi itu. Aku lebih kemarin 24.000 cuma C1 doang. Rp24.000 kalau nggak salah kemarin tuh. Ini kebal apa? Oke, yuk. Tapi imun anjir. Gak apa deh. PP worth it nggak sih bang? Worth it kalau lu butuh resource-nya sih worth it. Sama butuh senjata BP-nya. Ini sampai kapan ya? Favorite nggak sih, bacot Eki. Udah males nanggepin Eki. Lini. Ya udah pamit ya, hati-hati ya, Eki. Kok tebel amat? Udah naik kah? Belum ya? Teng. Aku pengen senjata itunya, sayapnya. Utau bang. Aku nggak terlalu seneng utau. Aku ku build, ku gacha, habis itu udah. Kan kalau ditanya seneng utau nggak terlalu ini, nggak terlalu seneng sama utaunya. Ayaka juga sebenarnya nggak terlalu ini banget. Tuh kepencet lagi. Oh enggak. Halo plane. Kenapa plane? Salah ya. Lama nggak ya itu Archon quest 5-6 jam ya? Nah, habis ini Archon quest. Charlotteku perlu naik lagi nggak sih ya? Satu lagi sih. Nah, naik nih. Kemarin gua brutal explore udah 100%. Ini aku juga bisa 10 full nih. Tapi nunggu akhir banner deh. Kayaknya sih jam 4 jaman kalau lu skip terus. Enggak, aku nggak mau skip. Aku ingin membaca aja. Akhirnya punya juga ini sayap. Nice. Ganti. Terus apa lagi yang bisa? Ini keren sih, boleh. Ini boleh deh, pokoknya yang ponten-ponten biru Wanderer kali ya. Wanderer cocok nih kayaknya. Yang dapat tracer kompas itu 9. Nah. Wih, Xiao juga cocok guys. Jian. Jian cocok. Yelan. Woi, Yelannya mana? Nah, Yelan. Dah. kayaknya grafikku tinggi deh. Nah kan. Apa dengan gabus di Ditusi gas langsung ke Pokeki nanya doang. Terus saya konten kah? Iya bener, bagus kan? Bagus. Dah. Bentar, talentnya si ini tuh kapan? Tuesday. Ini juga sama ya? Waduh. Gue suka saya beli ada ekornya gitu dipakein ke nopal. Ya aku nggak ada nopal. Aku nggak ada nopal. Wih, dikit lagi coy, bisa coy, 10 full. Nanti deh, ini dulu deh. Lu DP di DP-nya rumah Purina, Bang. Hah? Itu tadi depan rumahnya Purina. Aku nggak tahu. Nah, baru Archon guys, menghabiskan resin. Baru Archon quest gas. Aku tuh ini aku anggapan ini splendor ya, anggapan ini splendor berarti perlu ER lagi. Ada satu nih ER. Nah, ada nih ER. Nice. Ada ER ini. Terus ini HP ya. Ini HP kan? Waduh, nggak ada ER-nya. Aduh, nggak ada ER-nya. Jangan jawaban belum, nggak ini juga anggapan doang. Masih beranggap-anggapan gitu loh. Kalau sensi R gimana? Ntar, tak ganti deh. Ini kan kalau misalnya Splendor kan dia IR HP-HP kan. Kalau IR HP-HP yang jelas ini kan aku punya ini doang nih. Gak ada lagi yang bagus. Yang ada cuman IR nggak ada. Berarti yang tadi offset IR-nya punyanya Lisa. Nah, di sini HP. Ya enggak sih? Gini. Ya sama aja dong. Sama aja. Sama aja. Ah, yalah. Sama aja. Kecewa. Udah paling bener pestering desire aja udah. Udah enak airnya. Banner Ayato harga Welkin turun nggak sih? Banner Ayato. Banner Ayato. Harga Welkin turun. Maksudnya gimana? Mana artemu yang wangi? Arte Purina. Enggak, aku nggak ada yang wangi no. No, nggak ada. Ayolah. Ya bisa yuk, wangi yuk. Hari Senin kok ini, masa tidak wangi? Astaga. Goblet attack, double attack. Aku seenggaknya mau nyiapin buat pisau juga, pisauku belum jadi goldennya. Absen mau ke Paramount Supply, oke. Nggak double stream Om Nabu. Biasanya lu double stream. Tuh ini IR-nya enak banget sudah. Apa double hydro lagi. Oh double stream. No. Astaga, tolonglah hambamu ini. Marcus mulu loh. Udah Marcus nggak bener lagi statnya. Dah real habis ini ke Archon quest ya. Kalian udah pada Archon quest semua berarti. Bang Yo. Astaga. Stop lah Marcusnya. Asem. Oh, 48.000. Aduh. One more. Bel Purinanya, Bang. Gini. Pengen weaponnya, cantik weaponnya, anjir. Kapan ya weapon? Syahadat dulu, syahadat. Sholawatin dulu. Bang Nopal Purina nggak ada Nopal, Amri. Nggak gacha Nopal aku. Gas weapon sih. Aku udah PT 30 Ran. Baru ada 10 pull. Ini 58.000 tuh. Lu udah PT berapa Ran? Gue baru PT 30 anjir. 30. Nah. Yuk. Offset yuk. Onset yuk. Udah 50. Aku baru 30. Seenggaknya ngumpulin 60 pulan lah. 30 pulan lagi. Kok 60 pul? Yuk, HP persen juga nggak apa-apa nih. Nggak ada crit rate. Astaga, jelek banget. All in IR boleh lah Mas ya. Oke. IR. Jelek nih. Jelek kata gua nih. (16) nggak IR, kayaknya nggak usah deh. Oh, oke. Nggak jadi dibuang nih, boleh lah. Sayangnya nggak ada crit rate aja. Dah, simpan dulu. Bisa jadi onset. Dah, aku mau daily apain? Daily nanti aja dah. Sebenarnya bisa sih kalau beli BP berapa? BP 4 nambah jadi 14 full. Terus ini tambah 600. Enggak deh. Nanti aja deh. Kalau oh iya ada event ya. Oh iya benar kerjaan event dulu deh. Ini nggak jadi nih, makin lama nih ininya nih. Disuruh ngapain nih? Disuruh ngapain nih? Padahal aku udah bilang info event tadi. Astaga, weaponnya belum diganti, kocak. Level 20. Buat tesel. Diganti si pos. Dah aman nih IR-nya harusnya aman. Minimal gacha. Minimal isiin plain baru disuruh gacha aku. Nah kan IR-nya mantap. Katanya pas live dong. Ya kan ini live. Oh kamu mau ngisiin aku Amri, boleh. Ditunggu ya. Kenapa UID-nya disensor? Takut ketahuan Weller ya? Enggak gitu. Enggak gitu, astaga. Kalau mau tahu UID di komen aja, tahu kan, bisa kan. Mana lagi? Oh, itu. Saino nggak ada yang mau ini apa? Nggak mau diperbaiki Mihoyo ya? Hujan nggak di situ? Enggak. Tapi mendung. Cuman sekarang udah panas. Bingung nggak tuh? Sekarang udah mulai terik. Dari pagi tadi mendung sih, nggak hujan tapi. Satu doang. PPP gerimis dari tadi. Oh iya. Gerimisnya emang mendung apa ini? Cerah. Biasanya ada kan yang gerimis cerah. Itu siapa ganti nama? Hah? Oh, Bang Penrir. Bang Penrir itu. Angin yang hilang. Aku juga ganti nama kan. Nama in game doang tapi. Dia dulu daripada gua TO. Gua angin lalu. Oh iya pas win. Kalau si Bang Pender lost win. Dah saatnya story quest. Archon quest maksudnya. Gacha dulu nggak sih? No. Yo Archon. Archon questnya di mana di sini ya? Dah kita matikan suara ini. Nah. Ya spoiler. Lah emang dirimu belum, Bang Penrir. Masa dirimu belum? Pakai apa ya? Pakai ini. Purina, Charlotte. Mona. Let's go. Nice. Sebelum ini mari kita gacha dulu. Udah bisa 10 full kok, masa nggak digacha? Sabar. Aku nggak mau gacha terus ngumpulin lagi plan gitu, pen. Pak, kumpulin dulu dah. Sampai 30 bulan lah. Mana tadi? Fortune Sleep. Terus Fortune Sleep-nya di mana? Gimana? Nggak dapat aja. Ya udah. Buka map aja buat nyari material Purina doang. Oh iya, belum kah? Ya, aku kemarin untung menang rateoff. Ya makanya aku nih kalau kalah udah dah nangis paling di pojokan. Itu pakai spin kristal dapat achievement. Gimana caranya? Tenpol nggak sih? Nggak mau. Orang mati kan. Udah, diam Bang Merir. Ah, yalah. Oh no, belum aku ganti bahasa Indonesia. Bingung nih gua nih. Oh, udah keluar deh. Weaponnya Baizu oke nggak sih? Kalau ada Baizunya oke. Dari tipot nyalain lagu. Bahasa Inggris doang bingung. Nggak bingung sebenarnya. Kan aku stream. Jadi siapa tahu ada yang ini kan. Jadi ya bahasa Indonesia aja gitu. Siapa tahu ada yang ikut menyaksikan. Lah kirain udah tahu. Belum. Aku murni pengen lihat langsung anjay. Bentar deh, chatboxnya aku keluarin dulu deh. Kadang suka ngebug chatboxnya. Pop out dulu. Nah, ya salah sendiri ngikut stream nggak bisa bahasa Inggris. Parah aja sih Yas. Kalau gitu Yas. Oh, lu jahat Yas. Halo Catherine, salah, Monglen. Itu siapa sih? Avatarnya gede banget anjir. Loswin. Loswin. Dirimu nggak ada mau ganti stream avatar? Gede amat, tak kecilin dulu. Dah. Ngatur. Gede banget itu avatarmu di streamnya. Ayo kita tanya Duk. Kalau ada Asdaha, gue pick Asdaha. Gak gitu dong. Gak tahu, nggak ada kayaknya dah. Pergensiran belum ada di stream Avatar. Yang mulia nggak tuh anjir? Asen Red, Alom David. Duki Spiral. Aku tuh mau facecam tapi nggak bisa anjir facecamnya. Mana ya? Tuh, nggak muncul. Emang rada-rada webcamku, sorry ya. Joki Spiral. Belum, kan reset tanggal 16. Lagi ngerjain Archon quest. Udah capek di spoiler terus. Jadi kerjain hari ini.
ああ、手続きが終わったのか。
二人とも、もう行くのかしら。そうだぞ。今日はここで。
Wah, si Gwyn Hydro.
まあ、そうは言っても、ここに閉じ込められた気はしなかったけどな。
Si Gwyn apa ya ntar?
おいら、結構メロピデ要塞が好きだったぞ。じゃあまた遊びに来てね。うちも君たちにまた会いたい。
Ambil Charlotte nggak?
サインしたら上に
Build
向か
kok.
っていいぞ。監視があん
Aku
たの
build
放送する。
buat tim Purina juga.
おいらたちを送ってくれないのか。
そう言うと思った。
Kan waktu awal Charlotte dikenalin kan aku udah ngomong tuh. Ada Charlotte bakal ku build.
でもいや、忙しいんだろ。おいらただ冗談で言ってみただけだぞ。
ほう。いつになく控えめだな。
長い間水の下に住んでいたから寂しいのよね。うちが出口まで送ってあげようか。
Bakal sering main kesini.
そうだな。おいらたちまた来るから安心しろ。ひひ。おいらここの食堂が結構好きだったぞ。シェフの腕前もなかなかだ。
Katalis dia.
可能
Kok
で
kamu tahu?
次
Klik
は
klik.
名目上だけでも清廉潔白な身で来てくれ。
Narit Diona sama Charlotte healer deresan mana? Deresan ini Charlotte.
メロピデ要塞での仕事は終わりだな。でもルビレットの依頼なんだから報告するまでが仕事だぞ。次は完了報告をしないとだな。パレメルモニアに行こう。あら、ルビレットさんに会いに行くの？うちと公爵の代わりによろしく伝えておいてね。
よろしく言うのは看護師長の分
Dari
だから
kamu
いいんだ
saja.
最低限の礼儀なのよ。
Sopan santun, sopan
あ
santun,
あ
ingat.
いいさ。噂によれば最近のパレメルモニアは目が
Tolong bilang ke dia jangan sampai tenggelam karena masalah yang membludak.
押し寄せてくる厄介事
Jangan
に
sampai tenggelam.
最高審判官がぶっ倒れてしまわないことを祈っておく。
Seri, apa yang seri Ran? Diam kau Ran. Oh, bola. Enggak lagi. Ya tau deh, Ipul menang, City seri. Tapi City kan hampir menang kan? Sebelum golnya Palmer. Kalian Charlotte, iya burst doang. Kalau belum C4 itu IR-nya sama kayak Paruzan, perlu IR banget. Main gede. Halo New Pilot. Lah,
おお、今日のパレメルモニアはなんだか騒がしいな。
rame dari mana Pak
止
Imon?
まりなさい。ああ、お二人でしたか。申し訳ありません。ヌビレット様は君たちをいつでも歓迎すると。
お話中失礼します。こちらの報告を少々確認いただけないでしょうか。
はい、すぐに。ごめんなさい。休養ができてしまったので、ヌビレット様のところにはご自身で向かってください。
Oke.
みんな忙しそうだな。
Next Liverpool
最
City.
近何か
Setelah international break kan? Air Charlotte kamu berapa? Aku kan C4 di aku nyampe 200 IR-nya. Nopal.
ごきげんよう。再び会うことができて何よりだ。
Katanya suaranya enak yang Inggris.
くれないか。
Inggris apa Jepang enak sih?
早急に処理しなければならない案件があるのでね。好きなところに
Oh
座るのに
C4, aku C2. Gacha lagi Om Nabi.
見たければ外のメルジーヌに頼んで
Gacha lagi.
おいらたちご飯は
Perlu IR seenggaknya di 250-an lebih lah itu.
ならいい。
こいつの用事が終わるまであそこで休んでようぜ。
Waduh, spoiler, enakan Inggris. Yang bener, yang enakan mana nih? Otris, mekanik, DNS Cardinal. Inggris. Inggris nih ya. Ya udah, abis ini aku ubah Inggris deh.
待たせてすまなかった。
Kata aku juga ngelihat yang apa namanya streamer Twitch itu katanya bagus yang Inggris, lebih cocok.
手続きはもう済ませたと見える。
City sepertinya menang sih.
来たんだぞ。
Kamu dapat menceritakan kenapa apa ya?
巨大なクジラ。
Ikan paus raksasa.
なんだかわかるか？
君たちの話を聞くに、それは普通の水ではない。きっと原始大海の水に近いものだろう。体積、形状から考えても、そのクジラはテイワットの普通の水域から生まれる代物ではない。つまり、
Oh,
大海の水に方位って原始大海の中にいるってことじゃないのか？入って大丈夫な場所なのか？
dia bukan orang ponten.
原始大海の内部。ありえないことではない。しかし普通の人間には不可能だ。
Kami mau tanya sesuatu. Neopolet lebih tegas juga soalnya. Oke. Di Inggris ya,
おいらも感じたぞ。
Air Charlotte 250-an gede amat. Iya emang gitu.
発生したものじゃないって言ってたぜ。それで水
Lihat videonya, video guide-nya Suli deh. Video
その
guide-nya
件につ
Suli.
いては
Bahkan di Suli itu di 250 sampai 270. Pokoknya sama kayak Paruzan deh.
村長付近が振動の発生源で間違いない。振動の後、付近の水位が急速に上昇した。
水位が上昇？まずいぞ。あそこの人たちが。
幸い、水位の上昇はあくまで一時的な現象で、現在は大方戻っていった。だが、何か良くない予感がする。もしも、今回の水位変化と原始大海の水の浸透に関係があるとすれば、
Waduh.
ポワ村長が直面した災禍は、見た目よりもはるかに恐ろしいものとなるだろう。
ナビアはポワ村長にいるはずだよな。オイラたち、あいつの状況を見に行ってみないと。
Kalau belum C4 ER berarti harus gede banget. Iya kayak gitu. 250-an lah. Sama kayak Paruzan, kalau Paruzannya belum C4 ya kayak gitu. Aku Paruzanku aja kan 280. Iya nah. Halo Mbak Yuni. Halo Bang Niko. Gacha. Nggak ada komen itu.
私も現場に向かいたいところ
Aku
だ。
mau signaturnya, cantik signaturnya si Purina.
状況が悪化しないよう、周辺海岸地区の防災案を作成しなければ。手間をかけるの
Tolong
で
kalian berdua dulu.
先に言っておいてもらえないだろうか。私もこれが済んだら、すぐに現場に向かい、
じゃあ、急いで出発だ。
くれぐれも気をつけてほしい。
Hati-hati. Iya Nopal. Aku akan hati-hati. Inggris ya. Bahasa. Salah. Jepang, Inggris. Widih, udah lama tidak berbahasa Inggris. Bang, carotku C6 build dan kemudian IR berapa? Di 200 sudah aman sebenarnya Bang Niko. Gacha lapit parah. Nggak ada pauzan masalahnya, jadi nggak tahu. Oh alah. Pokoknya di sini rusak semua. No. Anjir. Napia. Suaranya Paimon yang nggak banget aja kalau bahasa Inggris. Kok UID kamu ditutup? Takut kamu isiin, Bray. Pengen mecahin rateoff Kiki di Banana Purina tapi signatur Sayu dan Dori cukup menggoda. Gas. Mana ada primonya Rat? Iya, makanya. Minta ke aku bener-bener ya Siran ya. Bang nanti itu Napia bodo amat Bang Niko. Info yang sangat berguna. Terima kasih. Berarti mentingin ER doang carot ya, nggak usah yang lain. Iya, burst sama ER. Kalau emang mau nge-buildnya healer.
never do now.
Korban bencana P.
There's someone on the roof over there.
Tuh. Korban bencana P anjir.
Coming up. Watch your balance.
Buat kalian yang sering di PPP-in.
Just hurry.
Bencana ternyata. Kalau ngechat P. Nah, tuh.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on
Gimana
my
caranya
own?
bertahan hidup sendirian?
My Desiree.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. My leg.
Bah, baru awal-awal udah sedih-sedih aja nih.
It hurts.
Kepala healing bonus sama HP ya?
Help is on the way.
Enggak, dia attack persen Om David.
If it makes you feel better.
Jam pasir ER, gobletnya attack, kepalanya healing bonus boleh, attack persen boleh. Yang penting IR sih di subsatnya. Lanjut cari Napia. Oh, itu dia. Lah, ini kan Genshin Impact bisa langsung turun ya.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia. Are you okay?
Lah, nggak dengar, Paimon. Oh, dengar. Napia mirip Taylor Swift anjir.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It
Permukaan
caused
airnya
quite a
tadi
disturbance, in
tiba-tiba
fact.
naik. No, jangan sedih.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Baiklah, siap.
He's
Pokoknya
wounded?
Puliar. Aku udah
How
nonton, tapi
badly?
kalau weapon Paponis
He
Code
fell,
katanya
so it's
R190.
probably a broken
Apa
leg.
bener?
He's pretty
Ya,
sure
kalau pakai
about it.
Paponis
When
Code,
the water level rose,
kalau
he
kalau
desperately
misalnya crit
climbed
rate
back
nggak
to the
ada,
ground.
kepalanya
Once the
crit
water
rate.
receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Berasa nonton Power Ranger anjir.
I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Let's go.
All right, you'll be in charge.
Go, go.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Nice bang, Nopal voice Inggris lebih berasa apa bedanya? Enggak, tadi bilangnya bagusan bahasa Inggris semua
Allow me to
katanya.
explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something
Mengira ada
exploded
aquabus
in
yang
the
meledak, tapi
waterways.
kemudian ada air bah mengucur keluar dari mana.
Water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized
No.
what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Ya bang, gue juga rasa bagusan English pas quest ini. Gak usah healing bonus berarti ya kalau pakai Paponius Codex. Kalau pakai Paponius Codex, kalau mau pakai healing bonus, usahakan crit rate-nya tuh ada gitu. Seenggaknya di 40%-an crit rate. Kan kalau belum ada ya berarti pakai kepala crit rate.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of poisson are still hazardous.
Aku minta
To
semua
ensure
warga.
everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Suara Paimon nih masih lucu aku denger.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Aman ada kok. Oke, aman berarti.
I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
Napia, ada yang bisa aku bantu?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Nggak apa-apa Napia, sini. Ada pundakku. Enggak.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
No, teman. Jadi kita cuma temen. Emang gua ada apa? Kok pakai Inggris? Enggak, katanya di quest ini bagus pakai bahasa Inggris.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Kenapa tuh?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
No. Baru awal-awal kok pipesnya udah sedih-sedih
The
gini ya?
wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
No, ke kuburan papa.
Right now?
Thank you.
Ke kuburan papa. Ganyu, nggak mau pis. No bang, awal-awal sedih biar nanti pas mertuamu biar nggak begitu sedih. Apanya? Jangan spoiler Pak Rizal. Apanya dipenggal? Jangan spoiler. Apa dipenggal? Aku nggak tahu apa-apa ini. Jangan spoiler lah, tolong. Lo spoiler. Aku kena spoiler, Sonpis.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Pamit aja. Oke Pak Rizal. Nggak apa-apa, jangan spoiler. No.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Drama banget Navia.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were
Siapa?
helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time.
No.
And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Berasa dramatis banget ya kalau bahasa Inggris ya.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Terima spoiler.
How could
Lah
Master
dirimu
ever be upset with you, Demoiselle?
judulnya aja udah spoiler
Yet
kocak.
the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all,
Waduh,
besides
udah
you,
ngomongin dikubur ya
Demoiselle,
ternyata ya.
the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
No.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Orang kalau iya kayak udah ngasih tanda-tanda gitu kan, Klimen.
Doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can
Tapi
spend
Napia
the
juga
next
nggak bisa
time
ngelakuin
with
apa-apa
her,
juga
Napia.
kan.
We'll stay with you.
Hilang ininya.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means.
Tenang Napia, ada aku.
By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident.
Untuk ini
that
lebih
took
enak
place here.
pom nggak sih? Iya,
Anna,
aku kopi Mbak Yani.
Burnett, Giverny,
Buang
Francine,
perang.
Karina, Daisy Ray,
Joinville.
Monville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Tidak ada yang namanya pengorbanan setimpal.
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but That isn't something we should ever
Anjay,
consider.
Paimon bener nih.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They were
Gak ada
heroes.
gebuk-gebuknya, bah. Lah emang gitu kan Archon, guys.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Power Rangers juga gitu, pemain Rare. Awal-awalnya ngomong dulu, baru gebuk-gebuk.
Really?
Seems you've become more
Oh, siapa
eloquent
nih?
in the time since we last met.
Waduh, Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Buh, ayah
As
The
for
Knap nih.
these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually.
Apa jangan Monster Pause jadi weekly boss itu menggambarkan besarnya Whaler di Genshin?
Fit this time.
Gak tahu.
Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Arlek cewek apa cowok sih? Krisis identitas juga.
We were already in the area in any case, so it was nothing.
Cewek dia tuh.
I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely
Cewek
important
panggilan
for us to
ayah
know who
bisa
we're working with.
ke banyak hal,
My
contohnya
subordinates
Godfather.
have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is
Tapi
nothing to
rambutnya
brag
lucu ya.
about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help
Yah,
me in the same
ditelepon
way.
lagi aku.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Bentar guys. Lanjut.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Bentar guys, ada ini. Ada orang di luar anjir. Halo. QQ paket, iya bener.
Don't say
Ada
that.
paket.
You and your subordinates did everything you could.
Tahu paket apaan, orang rumah kayaknya beli
As
dah.
Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Nah, mikir
I've
gitu
never
dong.
liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Paketmu kan tuh guling
You're
strik.
right.
Enggak,
I'm
guling
sorry for your
Paimon.
loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people.
Air
It
adalah
also
sumber kehidupan.
spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have
Bouffe
some
de thé.
things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Nah, guling payung. Enggak, astaga, percaya aja lagi.
One more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together.
Kerja
when we
sama
get a
bila ada
chance.
kesempatan.
You
Waduh.
and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the
Tuh
fortress
cewek,
near
Arlecchino
the
tuh.
sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date
Poisson.
back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Ah.
Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Waduh.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Yakin, aman.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Halo,
I'm
halo,
sure
Anip.
you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow
Yeah,
makes my
Paimon.
heart feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only
Cih,
natural
quest.
that I
Iya,
freely
Archon
share
quest.
it with you.
Kan udah di judul, Anip.
So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Oke.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a
Nah,
disaster on our
gitu
hands.
bener,
As my
Napia.
father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this
Arlecchino
for
ngomong gitu
myself.
kesannya
I need
Terlumin dianggap
something,
kakak sama
a
Lizzy.
distraction to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Dia memang kuat, tapi saat ini yang paling dia butuhkan adalah ditemani. Ada baiknya.
Since you put it that
Okay.
way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Tutu.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Belum mau quest juga. Oke, Anip.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Ayo beres-beres. Terus cabut. Terus ke sini. Gak ada tempat lebih ini ya, lebih dekat gitu. Udah daily tuh kamu. Udah daily. Oh, ini event. Oh, udah anjir. Oh iya bener kan lagi ini ya. Nice. Anjay. Bang, kokomi bang, biar jalan di air. Emang iya. Wah, udah masuk ke domain nih.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa.
Keren sih.
Talk about
Neopi, adu
old.
jotos sama Arles.
They seem
Sini.
to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Jangan ini, hey.
Be careful.
Jangan spoiler. Saya start Purina. Nih. 60 183. IR-nya 190. Nggak ada scene itu. Oh, nggak ada. Aku mah nggak tahu, jadi percaya aja. Jangan nih. Ini perlu apa nih? Nggak perlu apa-apa kan? Itu kalau dapat splendornya sih bakal ubah arte sih aku. Dia ada chestnya nggak nih biasanya nih? Nggak ada ya.
Strike a pose.
Guling di atas air aja. Nggak ada.
How brilliant! Let the world come alive! Fate is upon you. Scatter! Ah! Say cheese!
Bang, coba nyebur ke airnya nanti. Kemana? Setelah kelarin questnya jadi makin pengen Purina nih bang. Aduh, gas Bayu nih, aku mendukungmu. Gas, masih ada waktu kok. Aku juga pengen ini, pengen weaponnya. Nggak bener nih.
What? The floor here isn't safe. Smile! Truth bomb! Yoo-hoo! Let me scribe.
Yang bahasa Inggris lebih keren ya. Nanti jangan sekarang.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Oh,
And a lot of it, too.
nah di depan.
Titanian would most
Masuk ke
likely
dalam
stop
airnya
the
bang.
moment they
Emang
found
kenapa mati ya?
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any... don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
Kan Rappler nggak mungkin mati, bukan orang ponten.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise.
Iya.
So, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Iya, Pak Imon.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Enggak, ini ntar ngulang anjir, nggak mau ah. Nyebur. Walah gitu doang. Tuh, emang nggak boleh nyebur anjir, parah Kalian anjir. Nggak boleh nyebur, disuruh nyebur anjir. Buka pintu. Jadi gini kameranya. Wah, anjir. Ya. Nggak sengaja.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
No. Wow, kasin. No. Ya. Ya dibuat jatuh.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Lah,
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it
saya dibuat
would appear
jatuh
so.
jahat bang lah.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
Ini mimpinya dia tenggelam kah?
It's a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Butuh
Right.
popcorn banget ini sih. Gas.
I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Ini yang udah
How have you
daftar
been?
korban tadi kan?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Berarti
They were
nama-nama
knocking on my
orangnya.
door day and night. Even my
Iya,
neighbor
Gipernya itu kan
was
tadi
getting
kan?
fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia?
Kayak
again?
balap. Halo Kanazuka.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I
Benih
prepared.
bunga.
Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Balloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like,
Anjay.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Kayaknya ada yang salah.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's
Wih, aku
nothing.
Durung. Durung apa?
This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Aku belum.
And why are there so
Durung
few
belum.
people
Oh,
around here?
bahasa apa itu?
Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Jawir.
We do?
Oh, Jawa.
Like what?
Bukan orang Jawa aku soalnya.
Did you forget?
Papua.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to the opera house. Your trial
Sidang
is
Anda
about to
segera
begin.
dimulai.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes,
Papua.
she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Tuh Archon 4.2. Archon Quest 4.2.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Ya, yang baru.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly
Kenapa?
excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville,
Iya, ini orang yang
Essen.
ini kan?
Why are
Korban
so
tadi
many
kan?
people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge, huh?
No.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Yang 45 lama enggak, Bang. Lama enggak,
Are you
Bang.
sure you
Aku
can
baru
stand
nyampe.
behind me?
Ya lumayan lah.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hampir mirip-mirip kan sih.
Today is
Kan kalau
an
ngerjain
exception.
aku nggak selalu kayak tahu lama apa enggak, karena ini enjoy aja ngerjainnya.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here
Menikmati ya, iya. Jadi nggak tahu kalau ditanya jam-jam berapa jam gitu tuh.
of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so
Telah
many
menerima uluran tangan
difficulties.
Anda dan kini kami semua,
You
kita semua
are
adalah
one with
bagian yang
us.
tidak dapat
We
terpisahkan.
are inseparable. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so
Oh,
important,
lah, kok di sidang aja?
they do without you. Therefore,
Kamu mundur dulu, Pak.
this
Thank you,
fair
have a great day.
court
Oke,
shall
thank you
declare
karena suka.
guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with
Halo, Amri.
us forever.
Huh? What Are you saying... everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
Paling cepatnya.
What is there to discuss?
Sampai lore-lorenya, waduh.
Well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Kok ngeselin ketawanya anjir?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group.
Benar,
She merely
iya
acted as
anjir.
an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should
Harus
stay.
menetap di sini.
We and Navia are one.
And you would call
Buset.
this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is
Anjir, udah kayak
flawed, why should
zombie,
we
anjir.
acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Banyak bintang-bintang.
Now, everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even
Ah.
Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Halo Kurokami.
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Lawan dunia
Do
aja.
not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be
Ah,
an
anjir.
independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she... Silence.
Wow.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such
Ganti
commotion
dub
is
English, Bang.
prohibited in the court.
Iya, katanya lebih enak di sini.
Accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a
Lebih
proper
cocok
trial.
katanya.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us
Anda
behind,
takut kangen ya? Iya.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this
No.
shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Kangenin napi ya.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Oh, diselamatin Neuvillette ya tadi ya?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad
Itu
feelings
suaranya
have
Neuvillette.
a nightmare?
Oke juga.
Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me
Wah.
a chance to retrieve you.
Itu si Melus
For
kali.
their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before
Oh,
your
jebur lagi nanti
consciousness
enggak.
dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Pasien?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think
Bahkan
that
setelah
they
meninggal
were
pun.
doing so...
Please come with me.
Tuh, ikut aku.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Ada salam dari si Gwyn.
Ah, Sijwin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is
Si
good.
Gwyn.
I have always worried that Sijwin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sidri made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Paimon awkward.
This isn't going anywhere. there. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Ada nih karung,
Yes, in
masukin.
I had arranged to meet you
Apa?
in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Semoga Napia bisa bangkit kembali. Amin.
I'm sorry to
Kenapa? Kena.
I'm feeling much better
Itu kenapa achievementnya tulisannya cinta ini membunuhku?
Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Udah kayak lagu Demasif. Paimon memberikan pertanyaan seharusnya nggak usah dijawab deh, Will. Kalau nggak dijawab makin awkward Paimonnya tadi. Heal dulu. Oh no. Enggak gitu. Bentar. Ini Genshin udah kayak Tomb Raider anjir. Kok gitu? Lagi kah ini? Waduh. Paimon kan emang agak gitu dia. Jepur bang, nggak mau. Apa nih? Bikin lama aja Kli anjir. Tuh akun saya, akunku anjir. Aku aja ganti nama. Udah, aduh puas banget gua tadi, parah anjir.
Kuduring.
Arya baru saja memberikan 5.000. Bang Yelanku segini tamat ga?
Oke.
814.101.313.
Oke, thank you Arya. Bentar ya.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Thank you Arya. Bang Yelanku tamat nggak? Oke, bentar ya habis ini ya. Pas banget lagi masuk ke scene lagi. Ntar habis ini ya. Oh, ini Purina.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below.
Bangsa ini memang sudah selayaknya dihancurkan.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Waduh.
Would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
Pulau Langit.
What
Celestia kah?
is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
No.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
No. Wah, apa nih maksudnya nih?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Gak boleh percaya ramalan, Paimon.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon
Si Paus
feels like these images
ikutan
are
spiral nggak
connected
kira-kira bang?
when
Si
you
Paus
look at
enggak.
them together.
Jauh ini yang jadi weekly nggak ada yang masuk spiral.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Terbalik.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin?
Asdaha 3 biji masuk spiral. Aku nggak akan joki spiral.
Why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Bentar ya, tadi ya yang donate ya Arya ya.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here.
Agak lama nih
Let's
jadinya.
head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Santuy bang, oke. Lah berhasil. Mungkin pamit dulu mau kuli. Oke kuro kami, semangat. Yelan segini sudah tamat enggak? Astaga. Ya tamat bang. Wah anjir. Boleh juga. Wah ini bisa upgrade sih sebenarnya. Kalau dapat yang bagus ntar. Ini boleh karena IR-nya. Iya paling sini doang nih bisa upgrade ini. Bisa lebih dari 200 nih damage-nya di sini. Kalau ini dapat yang lebih bagus ya. Tapi ini udah oke kok. Anjir. Keren area. Keren banget dah. Keren. Aman itu, aman. Di C4 nambah HP kan kalau nggak salah. Keren itu tamat itu. Udah nggak ada ya? Jebur, nggak ada jebur. Gila berapa tuh Yelan C6 aja. Ngeri.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's
Aku kayaknya Purina deh.
You know how it is.
Diniatkan C6 tapi nabung aja sulit. Masih betapa di Momiji bang. Buat siapa Arya? Buat yang lain ya? Tapi tuh udah oke sih. Tinggal sense ER-nya aja lah, itu bisa upgrade itu.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today.
Oh buat Raiden, gasken.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
Waduh.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best
Yang bisa
person to
ngomong
talk
sama
to
dia.
anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is
Markas
always
Flip
open to
Sendre.
us. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Oke, Napia. Aku akan memakaimu, maksudnya memakai markasnya tadi. Kamu Paimon pergi ke markas Pina. Porno. Enggak, markasnya maksudnya. Salah dikit nggak ngaruh.
Special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too. Navi, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts.
Waduh. Jadi lapar.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Lah, Mona.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Lah, Mon.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona?
Berarti bener aku tadi bawa Mona ya?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have
some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you.
Akhirnya Mona bisa ngebooking hotel, coy.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Oh.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Ah.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Anjir, Barabelot Trismegistus.
That's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in plain speech.
Ahli perbintangan yang 3 kali lebih hebat. Waduh.
Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the
Pelabuhan Dornman
for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Lahir di Mondstadt tuh belum tentu dia orang Mondstadt, anjir.
A bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world.
Mona.
Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers.
Kamu bisa sambungkan aku dengan guru?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
Waduh.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the
Makin jadi, Pak Emon.
stars, the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Whoops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Waduh.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Lain kali jangan berisik ya, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Iya deh, iya.
That's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Pagi ya? Secepat kilat anjir tidur. Ya wah. C6-nya si ini tuh ngapain sih? Saat memacak mengenai museum ini melancarkan serang. Oh, tambahan serangan doang.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a
Waduh.
dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you.
Bapak anak berantem
Tell me
aja.
where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Fosalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Waduh.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Iya, mukanya udah ini banget anjir.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And
Tapi
yet, your behavior is
jauh
utterly
dari ketat dungu aja.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Waduh.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Iya.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Sabar. Ini ujian, kata Neopilet. Nah, kenapa di slow-mo gitu?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her
Ada pada
attitude.
sikapnya.
I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
Bang, MU menang apa kalah? Menang kan terakhir 1-0. Bang Rosasman, welcome ya.
But Farina seen so many trials and she's really good at dodging questions.
Datang-datang nanya MU aja.
Slip away at the first chance she gets.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious.
Kalau begitu kita perlu bantuan.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Aku tahu kok orangnya. Aku nggak tahu nih siapa nih.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Oh,
so it's
Lynette.
presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Anjay.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Aduh.
I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Tuan yang di sana. Oh, Neopilet.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little.
Ya,
long-winded,
keluarin
don't you
deh.
think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway,
To cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of
Waduh.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Keluarin dia nggak tepuk tangan nih.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Aduh.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Preminent.
I'm
Event
afraid
yang
not.
dapat preminent kapan ya?
You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marachose Hunters. Though that was
Marachose.
their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology
Nih
of
curiga
hunting
keluarin dia
with
pakai Marchusi
a
Hunter nih.
trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap
Waduh,
together
keluarin deh.
right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
Tipe yang kalau mancing
And
dapat
I
ikannya
can be
banyak.
their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Malu-malu nih keluarin deh nih.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you
Apa ingin
design it?
bentuknya seperti Anda ingin?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Ya, gentleman.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but
Tapi kayaknya kurang
still
cocok.
not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Banyaknya ini ya achievement. Ntar ambil hadiah misi harian dulu. Daripada aku lupa.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Mona lagi ya, ketemu Mona lagi ya.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well...
Ayo lo.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Lah.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
Suara siapa nih?
There's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now. Just as you were feeling
Soalnya mirip yang Archon
previously.
Quest Nahida 3.2.
I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people.
Yang mana aku lupa aja nih suaranya sama.
Of mine after all. Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friends to
Oh, muridnya Mona ini, muridnya Mona. Gurunya Mona. Dari Hexen Circle.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of
Penyihir
the
N.
What? Then is there any way we can
Nicole.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Iya, gurunya Mona.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Dah berubah.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Gimana minumnya anjir?
That'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Nikmati saja peranmu tadi bilangnya.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes.
Charlotte.
Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
What?
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Hello, plane.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is...
Kayaknya udah mau akhir zaman anjir.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational.
Pas Archon kah ini? Iya, Plan. Lu belum ngerjain ya?
And to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Belum tugas saing lagi banyak minggu ini.
Talking
Waduh.
about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Ayo jalan-jalan, Paimon.
Shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Bisa tele nggak sih? Enggak ya?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
Karena Aing nggak tahu kenapa kumat RTO anjir. Ah iya. Lagi gangguan kali.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends
White
trailing in their wake.
White,
Said that this
white
mysterious
fairy
traveler
aja.
once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors,
Lama nggak kelar-kelar. Tadi pagi nggak ada sinyal sama sekali.
journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get
Mana fotonya nggak diliatin?
so since we're easier to find, she's using us as... seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Mana nggak ada fotonya aja.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Bang, aku cap dulu. Oke, Bang Rosasman. Saya udah pra-unduh nih. Oh, udah. Gampang.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices.
Aku ngambil Huo-Huo deh kayaknya. Huo-Huo banner pertama kan? Tumben belum habis.
So delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. One slice of cake, please.
Yeah.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Argentini, bos.
Are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would
Tapi
be
linksnya
closing
fase
soon,
2.
and
Ya
you
gacha
wanted
lagi
to
di fase 2, gampang.
What would you think?
Dapat Huo-Huo nabung kan? Dapat Huo-Huo nabung. Terus gacha link sampai dapat link. Enggaknya dapat satu aja gitu.
You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Oke.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making
Sekarang
is what
sama.
humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Dia lahir duluan.
Humans are creatures that are saddened
Yap.
easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Lah, kuenya nggak dibawa itu.
There she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Saling memandang lalu makan kuenya sampai habis.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again.
Udah ada Wowo, Bundens, kenapa pengen seling lagi? Ih, biar lengkap semono kuantum. Tapi nggak lihat aja sih ntar. HSR aku nggak yang gimana-gimana kan. Aku ada 10 pool, baru nabung 10 pool. Dapat 50.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Masih bisa nego bagi hasil.
Oh, you needn't worry about
Udah emoce belum.
I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount.
Paling
I paid
esok
for you.
paling.
I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
Ya dasar Paimon.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for
Ini kok Paimon bersinar sendiri ya?
I mentioned you. We thought of coming to see you at work.
Kok kayak lebih bersinar gitu Paimonnya?
I see. It seems you
Oh, kena mata lampu aja.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Paimonnya glowing
If
aja.
you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Tenang, Charlotte.
So much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but
Waduh.
I never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal.
Malam bang, halo
For
Sayan.
such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Kenapa English bang? Katanya Archon questnya lebih ngepas kalau di English.
Successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person. Then the story I would
Aku jadi ngerti denger doang.
be timeless. And then
Ya
you know
bagus
what I'd
dong.
do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article.
No, kenapa?
I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, That's my answer.
Dirimu belum Archon Quest. Ya udah nonton di sini. Ntar lu Archon Quest skip aja.
So nice.
Gitu aja.
All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Malas Archon Quest di akun sendiri nanti. Nggak usah malas, tinggal skip aja ntar.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Boleh. Iya, Sayan. Aku kerjain kok.
Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed.
Tenang aja, ntar aku kerjain.
Where would no? Paimon should ask if you could choose. What would you like to do?
Kerjain tanda kutip ya. Percuma dipikirin.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Lah kan bener dikerjain.
We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ini kok Paimon ini banget ya? Mengkilap banget. Iya anjir, glow in the dark.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora.
Isadora adalah.
I heard that afterward. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Pesan?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Marechaussee Phantom has
Marechaussee.
a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the
No, Farina disalahin.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The
That's
Marechaussee
right.
has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be...
Waduh.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Anjir, aslinya lembek.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, She couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Ntar guys, aku mau ke WC dulu. Kebelet
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
tes. Lanjut.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Dapat dulu bang, mau bawa si Gun jalan-jalan. Oke, Kli.
Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Thank you udah mampir ya. Loh, Purina?
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
No.
I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Aduh, langsung berubah itu suaranya tuh.
From that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Anjir, ketawanya kok gitu.
Of course not.
Hey,
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Loh.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they have... that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Waduh.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Lah, Archonnya lari-larian aja. Masa nggak lihat sih NPC?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Hitam. Info Praundo di PC, Bang. Praundo apa?
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Kasar di PC. Nggak tahu, aku belum coba, belum meriksa.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Waduh.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very
Lambat, malas bet Praundo. Praundo kan nggak mesti sekarang kan, bisa-bisa besok.
No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also, indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
Purina yang suka
As long as the
PAJV-nya.
hasn't come,
Iya.
it's still not
Tapi Purina sama aja sih kalau aku ya.
Don't worry.
English atau Jepangnya.
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the
Aduh.
string, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible.
Anjir berubah lagi ya ini orang dah.
That this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Cutscene. Jebakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Waduh.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the
Mengadili keadilan aja.
justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Waduh.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Pakai iron sting anjir.
It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farida, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Terus?
For excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
Waduh.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Waduh.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Paimon yang jawab anjir.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through
sampai
to the
selesai.
very end.
Waduh.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydra Archon in the very first duel.
Begini-beginian lagi nih.
The words of someone, and I nearly lost my... According to Monsieur Nerville, I didn't think that you'd wind up getting this is the first time Monsieur Nerville had a different...
Okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct.
Anjir ngomong.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait.
No.
Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Waduh.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fauchelor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor
Enaknya kabur dari tanggung jawab.
Such a huge claim.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice
Waduh.
that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Agak songong juga ya.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Apa alasan Farina bisa hidup selama itu cuma walaupun dia cuma manusia biasa? Ini kali.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh ya, salah.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods.
Jadi Farina
It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day.
But the oratories handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratories.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
Aduh, ada aja anjir alasannya.
Fearlessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aduh.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us?
Kasihan nggak ada yang belain.
Grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Dia pantang
How can
menyerah.
we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Kalau dia cuma manusia. Wih, bener aku. Salah. Oh, salah ya? Berarti yang ini dong. Loh.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor...
Anjir, ini Neo Violet emang tegas banget ya.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Waduh, megang. Ya, ditelepon guys, bentar. Bentar guys. Yo, lanjut.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings.
Aku bentaran lagi anjir, kayaknya nggak sampai selesai dah. 3 jam.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Tapi dia takut.
I'm fine. Look at me, everyone. My hand is still here. I haven't been dissolved. Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Apa dilihat doang aja?
Announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, On the off chance that something entirely unexpected
berarti bukan
might occur,
air inian ya.
I don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe you...
Tapi sedih juga ya.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. Just too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief
Tiguin.
Justice, I shall now
No,
render judgment on
kasihan.
Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
No.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Tidak.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
No.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things
Ada sedikit hal untuk questnya, lu nggak bisa balik ke Word biasa karena ini questnya bakalan langsung ke akhir. Jadi kalau mau off harus out paksa. Oh, harus selesai ini ya? Ini udah mau selesai.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, The oratrix seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh, ini yang hilang ya?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around.
Oh, benar-benar penyelam handal ya.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
60% ya.
So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost
Ini aku bentar lagi. Ini anjir. Ada calling-callingan anjay.
Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon,
Jadi ya Archon Hydro nggak ini ya?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paima will do her best to help you remember. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paima wasn't expecting that. But if the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People we didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after...
Ini ya.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago that this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Salah. Yang mana nih aja?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin.
Salah.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea.
Oh, yang ini. Ini berarti.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy's contents can all be verified by
Jadi ini beneran mati nih.
you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Waduh.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the forest? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And
udah sampai sini dong. Iya, tapi ini kok kayaknya mau ini deh, off stream dulu deh. Ada panggilan, ada kerjaan dikit.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still
Ya mungkin aku selanjutnya bakal lanjutin off stream paling.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information
Udah 3
using
jam
a
anjir.
different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now,
Tapi ini kalau dikeluarin terus masuk lagi langsung ini kan? Langsung masuk lagi kan? Atau ntar malam aku lanjutin lagi atau gimana? Ntar aja 3 jam. Gak ada masalah sama itu Pinzi. Aku ada kerjaannya tuh sebentar lagi. Jadi mau jam berapapun itu nggak ada masalahnya. Misalnya aku ada kerjaan lagi di real life lagi. Kerjaan itu kedua, Genshin nomor 1. Nggak gitu. Kebalik.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an
Ulang di
element is
checkpoint tertentu.
intricately
Oh,
linked with
oke,
the
oke.
power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial sea
Ini tuh OBS-ku tuh rada kuning-kuning juga sebenarnya.
creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Anjir.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Waduh.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of some. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
No. Anjir. Wah. No. Wah, chill deh kah? Wow. Wow. Loh. Lah, itu bukan chill deh. Apa itu chill deh?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
What?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it
Chill
has
deh kalau
finished
pakai
consuming
apologet sih
all of the
lumayan
energy contained within the sea, its next
main
You
cocok ya.
said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Aja.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat.
Apalagi nih?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Astaga.
No, I still need answers.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment.
Kalau
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Fosalor. You know, the god.
Fosalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my
kedua beda
divinity from my body
beda
and
semua.
spirit,
Iya kayak jadi
leaving
beda inian ya.
behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of
Oh,
happiness.
sedih.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Nah, mumpung di sini nih, aku mau off dulu deh. Soalnya udah jam 4, ada janji. Berarti aku stay di sini dulu ya, nggak bisa dikeluarin ya, Klimen ya. Oke deh, aku mau off stream dulu ya. Terima kasih semuanya. No, Purina benar-benar sedih. Oke, thank you ya guys ya semuanya. Bye bye. Nggak sampai skrik. Nggak tahu deh, ini kayaknya off stream deh aku lanjutin. Soalnya aku ada inian kerjaan.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Lah baru join. Ya mau gimana? Aku ada inian sih. Dah. Bye bye semuanya. Aku sebenarnya penasaran anjir. Kapan live member only? Atau ini ku biarin. Ini kalau aku keluarin langsung aku exit. Begitu login langsung masuk ke sini lagi nggak? Kalau langsung masuk ke sini lagi, ntar malam aku lanjutin. ntar habis maghrib aku lanjutin. Gimana? Gas malam, nggak malam juga, habis maghrib. Habis maghriban aku lanjutin. Gimana? Bisa, ini kayak domain khusus, nanti bisa balik lagi. Oke, berarti ini langsung aku keluarin aja gitu ya? Ya kan? Oke. Kapan live member only? Live member only ntar kapan-kapan deh aku iniin. Mau ngapain gitu di member only. Ini kan udah rata-rata nggak member kan. Jadi sekalian aja, nggak usah member ntar malam. Ulang dari awal quest, bacot lebih pito. Dah, bye-bye. Sampai jumpa. Main ML, member only, ngaco. Ulang dari pertemuan sama Pokalors. Oh gitu. Ya udah, berarti aku tahan di sini dulu aja, nggak usah ini, nggak usah out dulu. Dah, bye bye, sampai jumpa ya. Ntar malam deh aku lanjutin deh. Bye bye.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?